All right, microphone, unmute already. Jesus Christ. The button on my microphone that mutes and unmutes it is having this thing where every time I hit it, it's a 50-50 gamble if it works or not. But luckily there's a little light that tells me if it worked or not. So every time I hit it, I'm like, oh, is it working? Can I talk it? All right, so yesterday we started, or I guess I should say continued, the second half of the Great Ace Attorney. We did the tutorial mission, which, as usual, the tutorial was another 4 hours plus. So we got to wrap up. Basically, this tutorial wrapped up the first tutorial of the first case, because the same person who did the murder in the first case was murdered in this first case. And apparently, after killing Dr. Wilson, she sat around for 9 months doing her normal job, and nothing ever happened to her, and they were just about to finally send her to Shanghai, where she was just going to get off scot-free anyway. And a news reporter happened to murder her. There it kind of feels weird why he would go out of the way to steal the poison and do the murder, and like I don't really get that reasoning that he just stole it because he wanted the big scoop on the poison. Like, I don't believe that at all. And where the fuck did he get a giant knife and stabbed her in the back from? I don't know. I don't know where he got that fucking knife from. Who the hell knows? It just kind of had a knife. And he also seemed to have other information that Sasato's father is hiding from her about not Ryunosuke, but the other guy's death. Kazuma's death. So we don't really know why he was supposed to go here, and he said that we were supposed to do the thing for him. So we have no idea, but there's definitely a connection what's been going on. And all the murders, especially what the hell was the lady with the swan hat's name again? I forget. Had like extra fucking things in it, whatever. But she was also quite suspicious who she was and what she was getting away with, assumably connected to something. I'm assuming you're gonna find out she was connected to McGilded somehow, maybe, but we'll find out how that goes. So we're just gonna pick right back up where we left off with case 2, and so in the first game, case 1 was a tutorial. And case 2 was a tutorial of the looking around map, or like looking around and solving by what's around you. I believe that was not as, I don't remember if that was a full 4 hours again, or if it was shorter than that. But depending on what it is, even if it's somehow shorter than my normal 3 hours, I'll probably end at the end of case 2 regardless. That way I don't start like the beginning of a new one. I think that's what I did last time, is I started the beginning of a new one, but it was also very long. So we'll figure it out. But no matter how long case 2 takes, I won't be stopping tonight until it's over. And if it's somehow over a little bit earlier than normal, then I'll just stop a little bit earlier than normal. And tomorrow will be a stream during the day again, and that will be just a nice long Skyrim stream. And then I might not actually be streaming on Thursday. I might be completely gone Thursday. But I'll be back on Friday. Anyway, let's start again. No, I don't want... No, we're not continuing. We need to load... No, I guess it is 2. Yeah, never mind. The memories of the clouded Kokoro. So now we're going to be going.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who.
Oh, I'll probably be busy doing stuff on Thursday.
Behind had been resolved.
Going out and stuff. And also doing a
no
bonus
sooner
raid.
had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student
And then, of course,
from
Nax in the
his
night.
harrowing plight. Then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight, did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death. the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene,
Hey, I just realized I don't have Fart with Reverb on my soundboard.
I
was trying to hit that when he said coal gas.
On a most tragic play.
I mean, I might not have Fart with Reverb, but I do have...
I'm shitting myself.
6 months ago, I arrived at a visiting law student of law, having made a long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to see Mr. Sholmes' suite, and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. 30th of August, 7:28 a.m., Sholmes' suite.
Ah, Bruno, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready.
Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had quite a surprise that... Shush! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the untrue thing for my pre-breakfast, stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it yet again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button on your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point that you have been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course. Though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been that way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you.
Hurley pulled your button off?
Hey, well, I mean, hey, come on, Iris. We gotta, we're two adults here. We gotta keep things away from kids like you. I mean, oh, you mean on my jacket? Yes, on my jacket. He pulled my button off. Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then, that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
But Hurley, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? And I had a surprise this morning.
Well, that truly is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name.
All right then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, Mrs. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, as published in the Rance magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan.
Oh, from Susie you mean? Was it? Really?
That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us about it over breakfast.
Oh yes, what fun!
This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning, by international post.
Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it.
And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case.
Oh, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful?
Cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. Oh, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man, twice. You know, in those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. The mustache. Twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache.
He didn't have two mustaches, Hurley.
Yes, who could forget those two cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although, I must confess, the details are a bit hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. So, what was this startling news penned by Mr. Sato? Do you remember the case with the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Sato asked if that we read over the case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago? For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have been something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. No. On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mr. Sato's father questioned him about the case, she says, and something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram.
Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not get published, you said. Very mysteriously as well.
Really? I said that. Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Mrs. Sato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan?
It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan.
Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No, it was just he was suffering from a high fever. The cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. He's not dead yet, Mr. Roanosuke. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse.
A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that?
I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that, I wonder what Mr. Sato's father is hiding.
Hurley, do you know what this is all about?
Ah, well, who can say? What? But you just said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris?
I will, Hurley. Don't worry. See you later.
He scuttled off rather quickly there. Alright, Iris, now that he's gone, let's go investigate the thing he doesn't want us to investigate. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Sosuke-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes.
Aha! I found them at last.
Iris? Are they...
The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo?
Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could be hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps, if I read over the notes again, something might come to light.
That's the spirit.
And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer a lawyer in the courts of Great Britain. Objection! I'm not a lawyer! It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road. Oh yeah, so the case is going to go over more stuff, but my theory was there was another old man who happened to be the same size and wearing the same coat as this woman, who looked exactly the same from behind. He was walking out of a different bookstore. And one of the things in the case was that the prosecution mistook him for her for a second there with some evidence. And then we had to, properly tell the witness that he was thinking of the wrong person. So my guess is whoever meant to kill probably was trying to kill the old man, maybe, and not this woman. Although maybe it could have been her. I forget what her job was, since the communications office became connected to the final case. I don't know if she worked in the communications office, maybe. But also there was a bent bicycle wheel that was never looked at again. And my thing was that somebody accidentally ran into her on their bicycle and knocked her over. Now the also thought is that a knife in the couple above in the apartment were having a fight because the wife thought that her husband got a letter from another woman and was throwing things at him. Now the assumption at the end of that case was that the knife hit the window pane, fell down, and stabbed the woman in the back. And that she was bending over to pick up her books when the knife fell into her back. But my guess is either probably the knife was thrown out, hit the glass window, fell to the street, and somebody riding their bike ran into her. And then possibly used the knife to kill her. Or ran into her on the bicycle and then the knife fell into her back. But considering the way that this is probably going to go, they're probably going to make it where the wife, since we know her as a character in the game, they're probably going to make it where she's not an accidental murderer. Where somebody else probably picked the knife off the ground and then killed her with it. That is my assumption. Maybe the old guy wasn't actually connected and that was just a red herring in that case. But maybe that was the intended target and not this woman. Who knows? I don't know. But I very strongly believe that the knife didn't just fall into this woman's back. That it fell to the ground probably and someone else picked it up and killed her with it. Because I don't think they would do a character that we have a lot of goodwill with dirty by, oh yeah, you're an accidental murderer. But we'll have to see. A young woman was found lying on a snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared. Oh! Wait, did she... Yeah, we never saw her alive, did we? So she was just in a coma the whole time. We never heard about her if she recovered, did we? I guess it will tell me if she did. Anyway, unfortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time, and was duly arrested. That man was Sosuke-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Sasato and I decided to represent Sosuke-san in court. And, after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyous jubilant jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing had regained consciousness. Hurry to bots at once. So Sasato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. This is new information. Okay, this is all new right here. Okay. Yeah, because in the actual one, we never checked in on her. St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward. There you are at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh? You're late. What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 25-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. Ha. The point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy, and feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been aroused from such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so, the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snowy covered pavement. Wait a minute. Are they retconning an extra case in here? We only had one case with Sosuke-san. Why am I saying san? What was Sosuke? They're saying we had 2 cases with Sosuke. Are we having a literal another one they made up right now? In between that? Are they saying that this is the second case? And not the original one? No. No, I don't. No, that's not what they're doing. That's not what they're doing. No. They're not doing that. No, I'm misreading this. I'm thinking too much. Yeah, but when they said the second case, this was technically the first one, but like, I mean, this is technically the second case we had in Japan, but it said we had 2 with Sosuke, but he was only ever in this case, so I don't know where the second one he was in. Because we had the starting trial one, where we had the tutorial, then we had the look at the boat and find out what killed our friend, then we had the one where we defended McGilded, then we had the one where we defended Sosuke, and then the final one was the one where we had to defend Gina. Those are the 5 cases. They're saying we had 2 cases with him in it, which is either wrong or they're about to make up another new case? I don't think so, though, but... So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back.
Her name is... yes, here we are.
Miss Green. Look, there's a photograph in the frame here.
Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman.
He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think?
My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart.
Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Oh look, it's the Michelin Man. Or the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man. Someone must have thought of it. The rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it?
Ah, I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing sketching in human form in different poses.
Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it?
No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before.
Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
Hehe. If you ever were a patient here, I'd feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That's a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it is only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt to manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are limits to even what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mrs. Sato. Ah, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place, a zoo?
You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign on our local park.
For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this.
Eek! A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo! An enormous mouse!
Huh? Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best.
But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump.
I'm not sure we can say that's down to an excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. Ah, this looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit a run around the hospital.
The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so he or she is probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear, how worrying.
What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in the reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. Which we've gone over twice now, so that means it's a very important fact.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Sato. Good morning.
Hmm?
Hello. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan.
Oh no, was it your knife that? Are you the man who...
No. I'm a lawyer. Here's my badge to prove it. See? Here's my badge. I can prove it.
And I'm Sasato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come give you our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back.
I don't think that's related, actually. God, gosh.
This young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down.
Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade that you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time.
But the case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in the hospital, I mean.
Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly, by none other than I, Sherlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming in to fill me in shortly.
Oh, I see.
Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me.
Oh no. We're so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. We really are. With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no. Oh, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts? Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
I see. How very interesting.
Oh no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away from the underground from here, and Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton down center. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less suburbious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means? I suppose Sosuke-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine art student to be walking such a district. That's all. What's this? She suddenly clammed up.
Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs.
Oh dear me, do forgive me.
If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Oh, yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thanks so much, Miss Green. Is there another photo here, Mr. Another Photo? Narrow fodder now? Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, good. This is for you. There's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Mr. Natsume? Send a message to me?
But why would a policeman deliver a message from Mr. Natsume?
Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at a time this morning? Ah, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once.
Murder?
Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit at his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient.
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? Okay, they literally are putting in a new case here. They are sliding in a new case that never happened before. And now we're reminiscing a brand new case. So when Iris had the transcript written up, the transcript wasn't written up about the case that we did in trial. It was written up about the investigation we did in between that trial and the next one. That's the case she's referencing. Okay. So this is brand spanking new. Everything that the game just made up and said that her father and Mr. Sholmes are being cautious about and covering up. They're not covering up the case we did with her being stabbed in the back. This is a completely different murder. Probably that pompous guy that we saw who showed up that one time in the first half of the game and literally was just there for like a one-time thing and then fucked off and never to be seen again. Anyway, wait, what? I hail a farcery? Or fiars? Okay, that's some kind of word for cab, I'm assuming. I'll hail whatever that is at once. Okay, wait, hold up. F-I-E, or... Let's see. Someone or something violently no, not fierce. All right, hold up. I need to check how that was spelled. Did she literally say, or is it literally just called a fierce? No, F-I-A-C-R-E. A small four-wheel carriage for public hire.
Fiacre.
Fiacre? Huh. Okay.
Fiacre.
I'll hire a fiacre at once. Never heard that one before. Well, added a new word to the library. It was only yesterday that Sosuke-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. _21st of February, 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodging, ground floor. Yep, it is this guy. Okay, and in that first one, they brought up the fact that there's this paid gas meter. Yeah, okay. There's definitely going to be something about the gas. And it looks like he's a theater guy. Maybe he was supposed to be doing an act. All right, well, all right. No more speculation. Let's just read. What on earth?
Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Mr. Natsume.
Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of the court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle.
I see you in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache.
No, not the horrible Herlock Sholmes. Shoo, shove off. Show yourself to the door. I never invited you.
Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you?
Grrr.
Here they are already. Oh, busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at the crime scene, Sholmes. Aha, I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Oi, I said hands off. I don't want to mess up my crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. I know you're kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Ugh, someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, it sounds like I better talk to the inspector first. Try to curry some favor. So, Inspector, what's the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shamsphere. He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss, as it happens, or just dead.
Mr. Shamsphere?
It was the landlord, Mr. O'Garadeb, the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fellow didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garadeb got word and kicked on the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garadeb have a bad leg? Oh, yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Sosuke-san? The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even some done time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people of this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or not anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the main cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you?
Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again.
Not again.
It certainly seems that way. He does come across as such a odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man. How unfortunate.
Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think that fella's been a goner that long. Body's still warm.
Even if the inspector would allow it. I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident from the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences! So, the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So, did you know the victim? Were you friends? What's the matter with Sosuke-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he invite me to his room? Never! Not my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, it felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking for you to come. Through that inspector over there! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Huh, you need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery?
Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened.
My goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes?
Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something the matter that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow?
No, don't mind me. Forget I was here.
And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips.
Nonsense!
Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions?
No, please! Pretend I'm not here! Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, and insignificant!
Impossible to ignore.
You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail.
But of course, I let the theatrical tragedy before us, unraveled by many great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes's Logic and Reasonings Particular, Act 1. Topic 1. Cause of death. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is the soap set up so purposely upon the dish? Like a victim's last supper, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by a foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Conclusion: poisoning from soap ingestion. It's the Christmas story where Ralphie comes in with his blindness because his parents made him eat the soap. Or put the soap in his mouth for swearing. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will... Was this a suitcase? The answer, of course, is no, it was not a suitcase. The audience will recall the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal would have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. though forced open now, at the time of the incident, the door was locked, and the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone, with his inferior soap from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with the acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end, in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Suicide or murder? No possible perpetrator present. Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. Are you disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary! In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spit the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did.
There is something that troubles me as well, actually.
Oh, what is it?
It's Mr. Natsume.
Ngah!
I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering about the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched a nerve somehow. No, nonsense!
Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last.
I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it into an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do.
Yes, we must pick out the key words in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we could do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place.
In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates that the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, as you observe, a half of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is the soap set so purposely upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Well, you can't deny that the fork implies the man was eating something or about to eat something.
Yes, that's true. If it were to decide to eat some soap, I'd sure prefer to use a fork than attempt to do chopsticks.
And of course, only half the bar of soap is left on the plate.
But might there not be some other explanation?
Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. The fact that there aren't fork marks in the soap or bite marks in the soap. Oh, no, there it is. There's just the other half of soap is right there.
Take that!
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by a befouled poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there is no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? I mean, there's a drink right here. Yes, a Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves. It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty. Ah, so we already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's a significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly. Let's see, anything else before we just click that one? If the victim didn't eat the soap, then what did he eat? Yes, it's a real mystery, isn't it? Ah, I've got it. He wasn't interested in eating the soup at all. It was a fork he wanted to satisfy his hunger with. Mr. Naruhodo, I really don't think that it's helpful to continue this line of reasoning that the gentleman had peculiar tastes. Susato-san has such a gentle way with words, but I know when I've been told off. I mean, I was just making shit up, but, you know, sorry.
Take that!
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that the victim drank every last drop. There is no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the lingering ingestion of poison contained in his teacup. Conclusion: poison in the tea. The cause of death is identified as we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? His single teacup suggests the answer. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamespeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest that there's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of crime again for some clues. Yeah, the other cup. It's another Western vessel for... It's a teacup. And it's empty too. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand, we can assume that this cup is from which Mr. Shamefstreet was actually drinking. Although I did like how she interrupts him trying to be pompous again. It's a good way to break that rule of threes. But if that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we've deducted up to now is turned on its head. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost didn't want to say it.
Yes, I know exactly how you feel.
Take that!
Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. Nah. In other words, this is a strong indication that the victim's Last Supper, there was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim.
What are you talking about? Utterly and undeniably unjustly unreasonable.
To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Hey, Poison Endless Nachos. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's always that's always the one thing that I've noticed about YouTube. It always does show smaller streamers in home pages every once in a while. I've even seen a couple that while I've been browsing videos and stuff like that. It's at least something that Twitch doesn't do. Twitch just doesn't recommend shit. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now.
I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap.
But the identity of the guest who was here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about.
Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, I suppose not. Time to look around again.
It's empty.
Empty of liquid, but full of air. That makes you think, doesn't it?
Makes me think that you're full of hot air. We should be thinking about who else was here in the room at the time.
Brother, Sasato's quip in response was cleverer than my original riddle. At first glance, it seems that the only thing in this room are makeshift stages and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially.
I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read The Pictures of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gabrel.
Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before.
It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day.
What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Mrs. Green was stabbed. Sosuke-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them. That's right.
And now that those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim.
Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean? Do you think?
I really don't know what to make of it.
Pile of familiar books. Alright, I'm assuming that's what we're going to be clicking on.
Oh dear, the latch is most definitely broken, isn't it? The door was kicked in by Mr. Natsume, according to what Mr. Garrett told the inspector.
Who knew that short, thin little legs had so much strength in them?
I'm not sure the length of his legs is any way significant here.
Perhaps this says more about the poor state of the door than about Mr. Natsume's strength, actually.
Careful. If he overheard that remark, he'd almost certainly have a lively response.
I don't know. Can this broken lock really tell us anything about who was here? I'm just going to present the books. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. Is the link to the truth.
Nah.
Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop.
Nah, that's just coincidence.
In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment.
No, never, non-negotiable.
If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there is only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor was you, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Right? Well, have a good day, Poisonless Chaos, then. That concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' Great Deduction. Sosuke Natsume at the scene.
Not again! Not again! Not again! Not again!
Well then, Mr. Natsume. It would appear you're going to have to accompany me down to the yard. Again.
But wait! Hold your horses!
Yes?
Door, key, locked, entry, exit, entirely impossible!
He's so flustered he's being even stranger than normal. What? You think that's an alibi? You could just have made a copy.
What?
We live in the same building after all. You'd have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure.
But misery me!
Alright, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache.
You horrible Herlock Sholmes!
He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I never imagined to be in this position again, but you have to help me, please, please! I'm innocent!
Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it.
And one more thing.
Oh? Yeah?
My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me.
And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken, Sosuke-san found himself, once again, the prime suspect of a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deductions of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Well, at least this means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now.
Yes, that's right. And of course.
What?
Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garrideb, who discovered Mr. Shamsphere.
Ah, Mr. John Garrideb, yes.
I expect we could find him sitting in the room at the top of the floor as usual.
Right. We must remember to go and talk to him later then.
This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it?
Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances?
Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for a defense in your office.
What?
Then you could practice your art every single day.
I'll think about it. If you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge.
Well, if that would help you achieve your goal.
This I have to see. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall.
Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a city of gas.
But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Gerdeb had opened fire at the top floor, didn't they?
Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there.
Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. And here we have another disappropriately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind.
Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins.
I see. Yes, now that you pointed it out, I can see that there's a slot that just looks like it would fit a coin. So you mean, if you put a coin in here...
That's right. That would buy about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating.
So, if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold?
Yes. Or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank.
Thank goodness there's no meter in our office.
As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay.
What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property is extraordinary.
It's heartbreaking to think the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh,
What is it, Mrs. Sato?
if you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose.
Oh yes, it looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspeare who did it, I wonder? Being the lodger renting the room.
Oh, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it.
What outside? Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Somehow, they look out of place in this room, with its grim, shady goings-on.
This is one looks like a king's attire.
A king? I've always dreamt of being a king.
Oh, I think you're more suited to a feudal lord. A daimyo or such like.
With a Kanamage top knot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a Kanamage.
Oh, you'd look wonderful with one. And you already have the sword.
Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a Kanamage and a sword? I mean, they mentioned that in the first half of the case. They mentioned the window tax in the first place. Because what's his name? Sosuke-san's, his room was boarded up in the first place when they mentioned it. Which I think it's funny that like the original reason why was, oh, if your house has more windows in it, then you can pay the tax. But then it just ends up being like, that's an interesting way of trying to do a tax. Well, of course rich people have more houses with windows in them.
Brr, it's so cold outside. You can feel it through this gap.
I did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps?
It's more bars of soap.
Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside a window?
I have no idea. But the pair between them looks rather charming like that.
Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window? I think perhaps we should take one. There are two after all.
Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at the soap.
Ah,
Do you see in the middle there? There's a patch of a different color. And it's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design. I suppose only in Great Britain. It looks as though the Hinamaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful.
it's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? And what's it doing on a ramshackle old room? The bar of soap has been entered into the court record. Customer Mr. Natsume, the sum of 2 shillings tendered the receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gabrielle, and Canterbury earrings. That's the road of the bookstore and the last assumed killing.
This part is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it?
Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special.
I quite like it. It reminds me of Hinamaru design of the Japanese flag. I expect this is rather expensive soap.
It doesn't seem likely given who it belongs to.
There's not much here on the shelves, is there? Just the wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked.
Yes, not much use, are they?
What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all.
Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste like that and he should donate some of it to the needy.
You can suggest it to him next time we meet. Aha, well she never does. Because I still think we're not getting to a trial in this one. I think this is just the examination tutorial.
What's this?
It looks like a part of an envelope, I think.
Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened?
Is that significant?
Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. When you look around the room, there's no sign of a letter. Or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there?
Ah, she's right.
And yet, here we have a torn off end of envelope. It just strikes me as unusual.
I agree. We better take this just in case. Torn end of an envelope is entered in the court record. So it's just in the shape of an F. We can obviously unfold this, right? We can open it up to see if there's anything inside. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they?
Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed.
Miss Asato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never.
Okay, this floor panel I should be able to click on. Nothing particular of note. Are you kidding me? Come on. This is obvious a thing of note. Okay, I think that's it besides the body.
Oh, the poor man. So young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was?
I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting your hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul?
Sorry?
I'm sure I had a reference at the ready for just an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just reread it now. One moment.
There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there?
Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamsphere and his guest drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside.
I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty.
That's true. So one was Mr. Shamsphere's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume is drinking from.
But Sosuke-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take those so we can examine them in more detail later. The pair of teacups has been entered into the court record.
Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh?
Inspector Gregson, back so soon. After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 4 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we'll better be leaving then.
Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in a cell again so soon.
I'm sure. We should probably go and...
What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Kia! Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player. That struts and frets in his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part?
It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Indeed! Oh, happy day!
What? Walking Dead? The fella isn't dead at all?
What was that nonsense he was saying, though?
Oh, what was that nonsense he was saying, though?
I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5.
Shakespeare? So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shamsphere, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it didn't kill him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime. Whatever that was now. Alright, so my guess is there was a gas leak. They needed to go back in where the gas was with Moltor and oh fuck, what was the other character's name? I forget the bug's name. But Moltar was like, yo bitches, get back in here, there's a sick gas leak. And they were like, oh man, I love thinking in here. Zorak, there you go. #21st of February, Briar Road.
Whatever do you think will happen now?
Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life?
I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shamsphere did consume poison, as we deduced. But was an accident attempted suicide or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody.
In custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come back to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Sosuke-san's lodging. Oh my god, please tell me he's looking for a monkey. Please. Please, please, please tell me he's looking for a monkey. Oh my god, please tell me he's the man in the big yellow hat. Although it's a very small yellow hat. Please tell me he's the man in the small yellow hat. I demand Curious George. I demand Curious George show the fuck up in this. I demand it now. It looks like he's trying to see into Sosuke-san's lodgings.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Excuse me, can we have a word? Ugh! He just ran off.
I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it?
Huh. I do too, but I don't remember. He's the man in the small yellow cap. Okay, that would be fucking awesome if it was that. With the exception of the top floor, where Mr. and Mrs. Garrett live, all the windows are bricked up.
Yes, that's because an old window tax was charged to a number of windows that the property had. In order to pay less taxes, the poorer members of society fill in as many of the windows.
But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely.
Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done.
Yes, that's a sad state of affairs.
Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have had to live all cooped up in a windowless room.
I suppose that's the price you pay for living in a very cheap accommodation.
Well, that all seems rather pointless when you put it like that.
Oh good, the bicycle's coming back into it.
There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garrett residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact.
That one seems very warped though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think?
No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted.
Then there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on his bicycle, I think.
Oh dear, I fear you may be right.
So, there's this here, but we're not mentioning the fact that the soap is still... I mean, I guess we already did mention the fact the soap is there, so we don't need to really do that again, but... The Garrett household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position here in the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help but feeling that I'm a bit of a slant.
It does rather look as though it would collapse even in the smallest earthquake, doesn't it?
And isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch that's why Sosuke-san has such a hunched back. London's blanketed and foggy again today, and the sky is covered in clouds. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built.
Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition that's open in 6 months' time.
Everyone's talking about the Garrett Exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. The Garrett Expedition, the Great Expedition of London. Oh my god. The Great Exhibition of London. I literally can't find... My brain is just making up words.
Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in this world, with technology and science from all over. I can't wait for it myself.
Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will gain entry?
The last Great Exhibition was held in London, had more than 6 million visitors it seems. And this time the British are determined to make it an even bigger success, to outdo the Paris
Whoa. To outdo the Paris Expedition 33. I see. That's an incredible number of people. And with so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed.
There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruhodo.
Nah, fuck that. Sneak in. We got this. Why has somebody built a snowman on some sort of pedestal, you think?
That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruhodo. That's part of the snowman's body.
Really? But it already has a perfectly good body.
Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner.
And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man. I know how he feels.
If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections: head, torso, and legs.
Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? Yeah, come on. A 2 snowball snowman? You might as well just put fucking pineapple on my pizza and tell me to get over it. Alright, let's head off to... let's do Garrett first. "21st of February, the Garrett room. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode.
We're here because Mr. Garrett is the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget."
Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garrett as anyone, really. I'm straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning.
I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garrett.
Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those who were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Wait, where did he put that cup? He put it on a table on his side and there was no table there. I examined this all last game. I don't think I have to re-examine it again. Nothing particular of note. Oh, thank God. That's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand there.
I feel sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated here as well.
Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all, really, since it all happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know.
Oh.
Time has stood still? Now what an interesting phrase. I might be able to use that excuse when next supposed to be tidying the office.
You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruhodo.
It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what happened. Ah, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door?
Well, I called that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just been overslept by half an hour.
That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes of oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick you out of your door down every morning.
If I am waking up every morning late, then I am not actually waking up late. I'm waking up on time. You just clearly are waking me up too damn early. Well, you know, better be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden?
Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door.
The victim's name is Mr. Shamsphere, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, William Shamsphere. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now.
And how would you describe him?
In a word, destitute.
Destitute?
Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a bally screw loose.
So hard to choose which category Sosuke-san would fall into.
Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude.
He was doing research as well.
Research? Into what?
Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare. Read a few plays in the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that.
Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated.
It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. He was shortened to SAO, Sword Art and Line. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there?
Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Shamsphere would have much in common.
Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Well, let's hope it's not that.
Mr. Naruhodo, really? How rude.
Okay, the running bit that she can read my thoughts is... After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning?
Well now, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time.
Mr. Garrett had noticed that there was no light from his room or something, I suppose.
Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamsphere got back, and the chap was all up to the past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end some time after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there.
Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mrs. Sato?
Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garrett, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood you correctly?
Not a big fan of stairs, not with his blasted leg.
Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenants on the ground floor, I mean.
That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you would hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it?
I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I?
Then how did you know Mr. Garrett?
It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything.
The gas? Speaking gas? What on earth did you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you everything, let alone anything?
I'm shitting myself.
Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes.
Yes, I'm more than less worked that out.
Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside, and the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main.
Yes, I understand that too.
Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen?
Well, obviously the room would get brighter.
Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment.
What? They dim? Why?
Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual, and that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it?
Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply line.
Is that supposed to happen though? It sounds rather undesirable.
Got a good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they grow brighter in the rest of the house.
Ah, right, I see. So, by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere.
You've got it.
Oh, of course, because then people come back home in the evening, and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever.
Or clever.
In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Garrett. Absolutely fascinating.
Oh well, nothing to it really.
And I can't really see what's going on to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garrett is so interested in what the tenants are up to in the first place. It feels like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done so much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again.
Good idea. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Oh, yeah?
What is he? Tell me, is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me?
Let me guess. You're talking about Mr. Sholmes?
He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolic deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. Nah, cursed. I'm cursed, I tell you.
Well, that sort of hurts.
Credit to where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too.
Yeah, moving on. We have some wonderful news.
No. The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again.
Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume?
It's terrible! Oh. I'm stuck in this cell suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess. You're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Ah, that selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? Or if you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William.
Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shamsphere was never actually dead in the first place.
Ah, yes, that might make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. No lively debate last night was so much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last.
Oh.
Whoops.
Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamsphere, didn't you?
I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present.
Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story.
Why am I cursed like this?
Can you tell us what exactly happened the night then, Mr. Natsume?
There's nothing to tell. But, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm entirely grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday.
The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized as she ended up with a knife in her back.
It's hard to believe that this was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lonely lodgings. And that evening at 9:30, it must have been I visited Mr. Shamsphere.
So, you did go to the victim's room then?
As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong. I've never been to his room before. It was the first time.
Then, what made you decide to go?
I bumped into him when he arrived back at the house. We got chatting and I developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell.
That ties in what Mr. Garrett said, that the victim went out and came back after 8.
We met again later that evening at around 9 or just after, when I looked him some nice tea and brewed as a gift.
So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then?
And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet. Who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate.
I'm sure.
Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare.
And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison to Mr. Shamsphere's tea?
No, never, not at all. Team Juliet won. That was me. And when I left the room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit, I swear, categorically.
Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence.
I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learnt that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. So there are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me, they all laugh. That's the impression I get everywhere I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road.
But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable.
Because the rent is cheap, and I have so little money. It spoke to me.
The rent? Okay, so this entire part here is just them saying the same stuff they said in the first game because they can't, or the first half of this one, because they released these in 2 separate games. So they can't just breeze over this part, which, you know, I kind of wish they could. Having these two as 2 separate games is weird. But I guess they were testing the waters to see if people still wanted an Ace Attorney game. And of course, they could also charge double the price for both of them. But at least they combined them into one game when they shipped them back from over Japan. Thank God.
And obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap, because the room is cursed.
Cursed? Cursed how?
The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no. He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why.
Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that.
I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning.
Brave. Or blinkered.
But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really is.
Gosh.
Was it really so awful? How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me.
Do you think that might have just been your mind playing tricks on you?
No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was something else. I've been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to that place.
A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? Yeah, once again, I think he's having bad dreams because there's a gas leak in the house. Once again, I think everything is answered by gas leak. And I'm not joking. I truly think this is the gas leak episode. I even made that suggestion the first time when we were doing this.
All the souls who died in that room, I lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me.
Yeah, it's because it's literally fucking gas and you're sleeping, choking the air out of your lungs. Yes. That really is horrible.
And now I come to think of it, happening again last night.
Because gas itself, or the gas that they would use for this, is actually odorless. The reason why gas to us has a smell is because they add sulfur to it, or whatever they add to it that makes it smell like rotten eggs. So, if they're not doing that here, you would never smell the gas. It would be odorless, and that's why they're just randomly choking. It wouldn't be able to go, oh, it smells awful. What's going on?
The very same night that Mr. Shamsphere was writhing in agony from the poison in his body, I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, I know it, and that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home.
I think perhaps you should try to avoid a combination with any kind of history at all. Don't worry, he goes back to Japan after this, so...
Otherwise, I'm scared that you just find yourself may become history. Nah.
Phew. Sasato-san knows how to make the man listen.
Of course. Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse in my room as well.
You mean Mr. Garradeb?
Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again.
Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place.
Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements.
You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms.
What do you mean? He pays so much attention to the gas lamps. Oh dear, no. It's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please, forget I said anything. No, now you're talking about me behind my back as well.
What's important is that Mr. Shamsphere isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around, he'll be able to tell us what happened. We'll be able to get you released.
Yes, please. No, I do hope you're right.
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson.
I couldn't help overhearing what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news, then some bad news.
No.
Which you want first?
Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle.
Right, well, in that case, the good news it is.
Huh?
Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way.
Then why did you ask me my preference?
As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamsphere, was just unconscious. He's come around now.
Yes, we saw what happened. That's all in all its terrifying glory.
He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already.
Oh, isn't it wonderful, Mr. Natsume? No, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell.
Sorry, no, that's not on the cards.
What? Why ever not, Inspector?
Mr. Shamsphere has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night.
Implicated someone?
Oh dear. You don't mean...
I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointing a finger at you, Mr. Natsume.
No!
By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. That wickedest caitiff, Sosuke Natsume.
No!
So I'm afraid that you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make that necessary preparations.
No!
And so, once again, Sosuke-san found himself having to take the dock of the Old Bailey. We are really doing a case for this one? Alright. Whether his room was haunted or whatever, or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court, and to do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. Okay. Considering each portion is about 2 hours, and there's always a break in the case, I don't think I'm doing a full 6 hours tonight. I don't think I'm doing 6 hours unless this unless this case is only one half. If it's only another 2 hours, sure, I'm fine. But if it's 4 more hours to go, I'm probably only doing another 2. 2nd February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all the time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon.
That's my line! Good morning!
Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume.
That was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here.
Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Mrs. Green in the back.
But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court.
I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikatoba Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh dear. You heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing
wrong, Mrs. Sato. Now what is it?
Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led
by Lord Barrick Van Zieks. Van Zieks?
No.
Are we going to be getting a different prosecutor, or is it just going to be Van Zieks every time? The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land, who we have beaten every single time. It doesn't seem that legendary. In the trial 2 days ago, he's pursued Sosuke-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through, but still.
Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal as the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all.
Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zieks is the prosecutor.
No. That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another.
And we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey.
Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes, boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils potentially. Well, if it's potentially, at least you'll appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Yeah?
I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone now.
Don't worry. I'll be at your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promise to be a hard battle, I fear.
Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom.
Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it, Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help, and that would be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo.
You're right. Yes, you're so right. No, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said.
And I swear on this sword at my side, and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. That I'll set you free, with honor. Again.
Oh, yes.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now will call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zieks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason.
It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all.
Yet now he's back. Now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Sosuke-san's trial.
Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty?
Oh, he's literally on the jury twice in a row for the same person.
Absolutely. I had a feeling this Lachlan wasn't innocent before.
I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days today when my hat refuses to sit right.
Whoa. Well, I'd like to hear how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually.
No, I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick.
I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus is going through the roof.
Actually, no, for him I was doing like the...
Hey, Land and Mega Man, I gotta take 5 bob home, or the missus is gonna be angry at me tonight.
Fuck, I don't remember how I was... The voice for Dex is way off anyway.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt.
And it's the same people, except for one of them. Again. 6 citizens of London chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Except for Mrs. Garrett, because, well, you know.
Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zieks.
Also, that's horribly biasing the jury. It's the same ones from the last trial.
Lord Van Zieks, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocence verdict afforded to the eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate the most blood-curdling crime.
namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to stand. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself.
Alright, before we begin there, I'm going to take a small break for a snack and a drink, recover my voice a little bit, and we'll pick up here in a minute. Be right back, everyone. Alright. Bathroom, got drink, got everything ready. And let's continue.
Yes, sir. The boy is Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
Nah, Sosuke Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture.
Mr. Natsume,
Yes, my lord, sir.
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken. That you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember as we were yesterday.
The day before, in fact, my lord. But close enough.
Nah, believe me, this is the last place I want to be.
Inspector, let us hear from you first. Explain the case to the court.
Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Gardab's household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room, the victim, Mr. William Shamsphere, the defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night of in question. Mr. Shamsphere collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door of the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident?
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry or exit from the room impossible.
Although the victim, Mr. Shamsphere, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we found him first. I was on the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here what I took at the time to show how it looked. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court.
The crime scene photograph has been entered to the court record.
Now then, Mr. Natsume.
Yes.
As a defendant, do you have anything to say for this juncture?
They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits.
Good gracious, what's haunted?
My lodgings. There's a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me? What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Mr. Natsume? How?
Even on that fateful night it happened, when I turned from Mr. Shamsphere's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me.
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
But it's cold. My runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. No, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Thank you, witness. I believe I had a reasonable clear picture of events.
If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point.
Conclusive? Go on.
Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamsphere, has regained consciousness after this ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused.
The accused? Good grief! Order! Order!
Yes, that's the crux of the whole case. If Sosuke-san is innocent, then why has the victim accused him?
Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you say for this accusation?
So, my guess is, when the police asked him, they probably asked him, like, who brought you the tea? And then he'll say, it was Natsume who brought me the tea. But the poison wasn't in the tea. So they just asked him a leading question and got the answer that they were looking for.
Well, Mr. Natsume, what do you have to say for this accusation?
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea when I visited Mr. Shams's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never!
The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before.
That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection.
None whatsoever, my lord.
Good. Then you will give your account of the events on the night in question to the court now.
Yes, my lord.
A catastrophic night.
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it in. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Yes, I see.
All this seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they?
Why didn't I think of that?
Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to.
Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance. How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you would have done? My learned Nimplene's friend is falsely incensed. The inspectors at Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why?
It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed.
With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances.
We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough.
The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. But what about the soap?
I see, thank you. The matter is clear.
Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The guilt, the recognition of the accuser's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't.
Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. The catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and took the tea with me as a gift.
Hold it!
Were you and your neighbor good friends then?
No. We weren't friends. Not at all. Not at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit?
Mr. Shamsir fancies himself of having a great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together.
Come now, no Nymphonese could understand the finer points of English literature. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume.
It was the day of my last trial, when I was acquitted, and I just arrived back at my lodgings. When I ran into Mr. Shamsir outside of the street, that was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any. Not at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Then tell the court what happened when you visited the victim's room.
We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room around 11.
Hold it!
A literary debate? About Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? Ah, very worthy topic of conversation, I must say.
Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley.
Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how'd the debate go?
Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out, in Greco-Roman style, naturally.
What?
Mr. Shamsphere had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a contest.
So, when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume?
He as Romeo, I as Juliet, and after a vigorous, wild tussle, I as Juliet came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever!
I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct?
I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see.
It's true. There was no sign of any leaves in the man's room.
I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was.
Now, do you have any other basis for that statement, witness?
No, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind him otherwise, could he?
Hold it!
Yes. There was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had ever had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home from your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume.
Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it.
The landlord had been able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how was the landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector? When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker.
Yes, Mr. Garadev seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shamsphere's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room.
The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes.
So I'm right. My tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
Strychnine takes time to have an effect on the body. People don't kill over immediately after taking it.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed. Alright, so here's an easy question. If there was no trace of poison left in the cup to know if it was poisoned, how do you know it was strychnine? Do you know because you did a blood sample on him and found strychnine in his system? Or are you just assuming from the fact that he was passed out and the way he looked with the bags underneath his eyes that strychnine would have the same effects on him? And so you're just assuming it's strychnine. And the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure.
Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful.
30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. And it further degrades Sosuke-san's alibi.
I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence. The victim's medical report has been entered into the court record.
Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms.
Great. There is, however, a sample of poison on the table, though. There's a splotch on the table. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamesphere was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside.
Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea.
Oh, really? I've never noticed it before.
You've never noticed?
Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it?
Oh dear. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking.
Yes. Unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean.
I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark.
I always gulp it down, too.
Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold.
Clearly, I shall have to instruct you on the proper way to make tea.
The key cups used by Mr. Natsume. There is no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. Okay. So he drank his tea, but that means the other guy left his tea there. And it's also on the edges. So are you saying that's where he brought it to his mouth to drink? He was holding it in his left hand? But I mean, this also has a mark on the outside too, so I guess that means nothing. But it would also be holding it in your right hand and drinking. The assumption is that it was just kind of left there in the thing and maybe it tipped over. Because I don't know if this... Yeah, this picture doesn't show it, but there's a splotch on the table. William Shamsphere. Cause of coma, ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea of the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigated conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February. Access from the victim's pocket's watch that appeared to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. So, if we ask Mr. Garadeb when lights went out, since the gas goes at 2-hour intervals, maybe we can determine that the time of death might be not what is listed here, because they're just going by the stopwatch. The classic, oh, well, he broke his stopwatch when he collapsed. The fact that this one is still here is interesting. Why is this going to matter? And the book receipt's still here, too.
The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say?
This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim would have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on.
Exactly! Me and my tea are innocent! Sweet and innocent, I tell you!
I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You say, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamsphere would have locked the door after you'd gone.
But no! We drank the tea straight away. The battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger. That came after the tea.
Do you have any evidence to support the statement?
In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot.
Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there is no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer this guilt in the matter.
No.
That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead.
Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating.
I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think.
I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty.
As I see it, what we need to focus is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again.
Yes.
Night in the evening, when I visited my neighbor. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Oh, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me, otherwise could he? Strychnine takes time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately. So, assumably the correct representation is you show him this, and you go, aha, the coroner says he died or presumably passed out around 1:30. Well, if Mr. Natsume left at 11, that's more than a half hour.
Objection!
Oh, no, they're not going with this one. The last statement was contradictory in a number of ways, I think you'll find. In a number of ways, you say? That's right, my lord. In a number of ways. Perhaps it would serve you well to concentrate in your efforts on the contradiction at the time, counsel. Alright, so they didn't like that. Okay. Poison incident occurred around 11:30 on the 21st of February. Like, you'd think that would... Are we just supposed to show him the teacups? That he drank his, but the other guy left it in there and didn't drink it right away? Is that what we're just supposed to show that one? I don't want to kind of like waste all my presents now. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his gets left. The argument still stands. What would we don't have anything to present to that one. Aha, but you see, he wasn't standing. Yeah, I don't know which one they want me to go to. Because we definitely have to do it to one of his statements. I don't know. I'm just gonna do this. Where is it? There we go. I don't know. It's like literally the first one. So I'm not exactly sure what the game wants me to do with this information. I'm gonna not worry about getting fucking penalized a million times. Like, are we supposed to show the cups on that one, or are we showing the cups on this one? We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room. But in the cups, it looks like he never drank his tea, or it took him a long time to get to it finally. Which is why it left the mark. So you drink your tea, but he didn't. I don't... It said we have to find it in his things. So I don't honestly know which evidence they want for where. Let's see. I'm just going to have to test some things then. And find out what the game is trying to get out of me.
Objection!
No, not that one. Okay.
Objection!
Okay, so it's not... So it's not any of his statements then. Do they want me to do it to Natsume's? Is the thing it's not nice and hot because... Like, in this last one... whatever.
Objection!
That's the one they want. Okay. Okay, that's where they want to do it. They don't want to do it to... Alright. I guess it threw me off when they said they wanted me to do it to one of the inspector's statements they wanted me to object to. But they don't want me to object to one of his statements. They do want me to object to one of his. And it's not telling the detective, hey... the timing is off. You're objecting to this. Okay.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes. And Inspector Gregson, we can rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally.
Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine.
Actually, I think there's a very big problem, because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony.
A chrono what? A chrono trigger? What are you on about?
According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11.
No.
Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time here.
No.
In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it? 2.5 full hours after the defendant left.
Whoa! The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zieks?
Pray forgive this discourtesy if my mind was wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hollow chalice this luncheon. Huh? How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nymphony's friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. Phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? Yes, he sat there drinking it the entire time, forever. For after all, it is a common British saying that tea is best drank cold. For example, at the time stated in the medical report, Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection.
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. Fuck off. I was joking. I was said that as a stupid thing I didn't expect the game to say. And then the game fucking... Alright, so now we know this is not a British game. It's an American game because you're drinking iced tea at that point. Excuse me, sir. That's American shit right there. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor. That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend. Someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. We suggest this may have been suicide, Counsel.
Objection!
Mr. Samsphere has categorically denied suicide. The idea that can and must be discounted.
Objection.
87.2341% of British tea drinkers drink hot tea, and the remainder will drink cold tea, especially in the summertime. Ah, so fuck you, your idiom is wrong! But he could be lying. There's something wrong, Lord Vinzeeks. I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Now, brave candle, life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Who, sir, are you? William Shamsphere, my lord. Alas, I was undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What? What is he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant you your request within your interest. I'm curious to discover what this court shall hear from the victim himself. Alright, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Happy am I, Shamsphere, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord.
But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. And I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence, in perfect English.
That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. Alright, so that's Mr. Shamsphere. But who's that other man beside him?
Yes, I feel that we're caught up in a glimpse of that man before.
State your name and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet they do scent the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet and unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to be recalled to life anew, lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shamsphere.
Oh, the name's Meterman. Ivan B. Meterman. I work for the Utmost Gas Company, East End Branch Office.
Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road.
Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see in the Sosuke-san's lodgings.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Excuse me, can we have a word?
Oh,
Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garredub's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case?
so, Mr. William Shamsphere, you're a victim in this miserable affair, correct?
No heaven, no hell, do you commend me to remember that sweet poison that discrossed me and crossed mine innocent lips. I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any doubt of room from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me is a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all.
The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid.
They're actually making the seraph an anagram, and seriously. A man, yeah, I said like a banana, an anagram. God, the anagram. There you go.
Thank you, witness, for your illuminating introductions.
But my lord, what's the man next to Shamsphere doing here? The gas man, I mean.
But me? Well, now.
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence, when you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question, and moreover, that the victim is compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't say quite that. This young chin stroker is here to convert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
No, I'm just here. I hereby call your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
One may smile and be a villain. Yes, I doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. The wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about, my neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone that passed my lips that late hour, naught else.
I was outside the monk's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamsphere's room all night?
That's right. Of course, the boat's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that.
The question is, sir, why?
Well, now, that's because he's on my list.
What a piece of work is a man, wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment?
What are you talking about?
This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed, make me no more ado about his tedious words.
What you say about me?
Calm yourselves. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so.
Then, as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was none other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. I believe this is the perfect time for the jury to make a snap decision, and then we have to show them the other new thing of this game. And then we do that, and then we go back to giving even more testimony. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. The wintry night, my discontent. Or, like I said, this is going to be just one part of a trial and it's done. And they're going to end this one in 2 parts as well. And keep it in the 4-hour bracket. That's my assumption, but they might not now.
The snow lay about, my neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor you were referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume.
No, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs. And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in this room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea.
Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes.
And we were broiled in such literary debate as history hath not seen before.
By which I presume he means their discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet.
I, Shamsphere, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment.
I do not imagine the scene.
Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of Jiu-Jitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden.
Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case.
I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate.
I do like how it's funny, like, when they were first talking about who was stronger, Romeo and Juliet, I literally thought that, I took the bait, and I thought they were talking about, like, personality-wise, or, like, in what they were dealing with, like, oh, in the situation of the story, who was, like, the stronger person of the two, like, that's what, I fell for the bait and thought that's what they were talking about, but no, they went for the bit of, like, they literally meant stronger, who was physically stronger than the other person. And even that doesn't matter, because it wasn't Romeo and Juliet fighting, it was them fighting. Hey, what can I say? Power scaling is a thing as old as time. But how do they rank up against Super Saiyan Goku?
I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. But marry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock.
but wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. If the defendant had really put the poison in your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly, 'tis an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea not while my guest didst tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour past midnight, verily we're my lips part.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Except clearly one person did drink their tea, so you're wrong. Romeo and Juliet again. And who was the stronger? Mr. Shamsfield and somebody, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege, 'twas the stooped lover of words that attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. So, the question is, did somebody try killing him? And this guy who's part of the gas company is now there to make sure he gives the correct testimony? Because they like, hey, yeah, you know I tried killing you. However, you're not going to rat me out, otherwise you're going to pay the price? Maybe. You got to make sure he falls for it. Ugh, we all know what this means. So what you're saying there, Stormpike, is that he would fall to Strychnine. And that he could be beaten by Mr. Natsume. Alright, so Juliet is stronger than Goku, confirmed. Okay. 'Twas the tea alone that passed my lips at late hour, naught else.
I was outside of the boat's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on...
Wait, did I accidentally not click this one? Yeah, I didn't. There we go. I forgot to press this one. So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper? Ah, fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full, no more oft than the sun doth rise.
Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say.
Night and day I do fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence it is that there doth naught in my chamber be than costumes of mine art. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Now that I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. You've eaten them? Every one be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Well, the last time we talked about a literary fucking debate, it turned into wrestling, so yeah, I kind of thought you might have eaten them. Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Juliet, maybe, but Natsume's poker face is not existent. Yeah, true. Hey, man, why are you so nervous? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. Ha.
I was outside the boat's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room.
Hold it!
But the window of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax.
Yeah, you're right there. All booked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap.
Yes, there was a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up at the edge outside as well.
I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on raising cobra boats. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body.
What's with all the theatricals today? Note of interest, Mr. Meet the Man. After the accused had left to return to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all?
No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned.
And as we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found a receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clearly that this was no attempted suicide. It's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Okay, so the answer obviously is Oh, look at here. The thing that was in there is gone now. In this bar of soap we took. Yeah, okay, so this is the poison. There's strychnine in the bottom of the soap? Oh. What is it, Mr. Naruhodo? This bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there's some sort of round disc in this depression. Just here, the reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now, the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone? A cheap bar of soap that was discovered just inside Mr. Shamsphere's window. The little reddish medallion from the center has mysteriously... Alright, so it melts, I guess? Or it evaporates? Or dissolves, or whatever. It disappears. Something makes this go away. Also, we still don't know what this is going to be for yet. Maybe we're going to find the piece of green envelope. Okay, and just underneath the gas meter, there's a puddle of water there. That's definitely something we're going to have to look into as well. Also, hey, no one's looking through the bricks. Also, if he was looking through the bricks, wouldn't he have seen him collapse too? Like, what the, like, what are we doing? Why is he even looking through the bricks? He still hasn't even answered that yet. It is clear there's no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle.
Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, Counsel. Thank you.
It really was. You can't argue with the logic.
No one else visited the room but for a short little round back-end Eastern fella.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella. So you can't be sure it was a defendant then.
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nymphonese with a mustache do you think they're all in London?
Well, of course, the summer had narrow gap when it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself.
And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamsphere drink tea together?
Nah, sorry, I couldn't say.
Why not?
Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. And when the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match, I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it.
Ha. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. And here it is. It's Romeo versus Juliet. They're really giving it to each out there. Juliet, Romeo, where art for thou, thy Romeo, for the ass whooping you're about to receive? My fairest Juliet, I will pay for your fare on the ambulance ride to the hospital when I'm done with you.
Also, yesterday was 3/16, so I didn't have any beer yesterday, but I should have cracked a cold one open to the rattlesnake. I don't think anybody watching my stream knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question?
No question. Das man's honor.
Hold it! You're not a real gas man!
My lord. Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman. Now, I kept my mouth shut and listened up now, but this has gone on long enough.
Yeah, alright, here we go.
Are you with me?
Yes! We ought to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the... I was really hoping we would skip this part, but... Here we go again. Gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another. That you researched and that you reached a unanimous decision.
Too right we have. Are you all with me?
Yes. Wait, no. No, the defense is in the middle of the cross-examination.
To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Yes, but the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see.
And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, I don't like 5 Bob home with me tonight. The missus will blow her top.
Ah, what's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
Very well. Let the court be appraised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your alertness to defendant's culpability.
Guilty. 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 Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
All of you?
Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous.
So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished.
Do not, Mr. Naruhodo, please. The trial isn't over yet.
What do you mean, Mr. Sato?
What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember?
A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in British courts of law, we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the jurors. We can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes. I can't just let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth.
Certainly, no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination.
Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered.
Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. The court will proceed with the summation examination, outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, my lord, we all know about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it.
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which they stand accused.
The juror's contentions. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare that good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the time. He has a mustache, very fishy.
There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. No, I really don't care, Lloyd. I just need to get this trial in quickly. Literally can't keep a voice for him.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all.
I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced of something stupid. Except for a couple of them. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamsphere is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you asked me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements.
And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all.
Well, here goes. Let's not forget, I've pleaded with the jury on Sosuke-san's behalf before, and it worked. So you never know.
Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examen works, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh,
Well, you're still very new to British law, after all.
that's true, I suppose. And Sosuke-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Sasato-san out. I wonder, should I hear her talk me through it again, or not bother? No need, I remember. Thank you for the kind offer, Mrs. Sato. But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start of any longer than necessary.
Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at some point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be right here for you.
The key to this really listening carefully to each juror's statement. Finding two that are contradictory, and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with your summation examination. Yes, my lord. The defense's rebuttal. Alright, so the victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt him. Well, I do declare the good gentleman's got no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache very fishy. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudster for now, at least. So, the thing is, I still have to press them, so I can't really just kind of... Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is not a liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man's tea. When you take that Gassman's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman, with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'll gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same. Isn't that right?
Well, yes, perhaps. Though I don't see it happening.
Eh? What's that? You're not really gent on the end here, you know? You'll have to speak up. Look, I don't really care what this nonsense. Yeah, I just cannot keep a straight voice for this fucking guy. Look, I really don't care about this nonsense. I just need to get this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury? Alright, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Alright, if you can show me that the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position.
Hold it!
Will you stand by that statement? What do you take me for? I'm a gentleman, sir, a man of my word. So let me be perfectly clear about this. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum's a rotten liar after all, I'll gladly change my opinion.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man's the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid.
So you say yet again.
Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously. It's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all.
Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much.
Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese.
Hold it!
No. Not one of these things is a reason to find the man guilty.
But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese. He has the mustache and he stoops. You see? You arrive at the conclusion just in 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance.
You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. No, there is nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There is no actual proof that the defendant's guilt.
But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw a Japanese man there. Oh, that's another 3 steps. All this really does seem more like a waltz, doesn't it?
Right, and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if you speak much more. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudster, for now at least.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is the most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Allamont, owner of the Allamont Gas Company. Good gracious! Allamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure example from our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree.
Absolutely, Lady Quickbee. Gotta be used properly. That Mount Gas is the best in the world, of course.
I think we may have solved the mystery to the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, he bowed in defense to his employer's wife, did he? So, would it be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching that Mr. Shakespeare, that Shamsphere was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of East End will go to in order to steal our gas. So I really had no choice when the company identified somebody as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker and watch the suspect day and night were very thorough in investigations. So, you mean Shamsphere is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grumbly little gas thief. So, what you're saying is, you're not being paid for all the gas that you think you're owed, so you're literally you're hiring an employee to stalk a guy to find out if he's stealing gas? Could you just not give a fuck and not pay the dude's salary to watch them? You'd probably be breaking even. You're losing. You're probably paying him more. Actually, no, you're probably not paying him at all. He's probably doing it for fun, huh? You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of a man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me in thy words, were I to lead them penetrate the skin. But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have the evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights at the Altamont gas explosion. She also is a bee, yes. So I'm assuming the reason why they think he's a gas thief is because there's been gas leaks in the building. And that they're not getting the money out of the meters, but gas is being used in the house. That's probably it. Once again, everything leads back to the obvious answer: there was a gas leak. So Mr. Shamsphere has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement. My pleasure. Was it about the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before the part about object violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could be the shift in balance. The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality, he's a common thief of my company's gas. Oops, sorry. I had to press it just in case.
Hold it!
That's a bold claim. How can you be so sure? It's really very simple. Noble lady of gas, I pray thee, hold thy tongue. I beg your pardon. Hath thus rank odored air that doth our darkness illuminate any place in this assembly? Nay. 'Tis of sole import here that someone wouldst extinguish the light of mine own life. Verily, I ne'er recall stealing thy gas. Pray, let the matter rest till anon. Why, you little...
Begging your pardon, my lady, but I suggest you don't say any more at this stage. We need to have evidence first. If I keep secretly watching this bloke, I'll get him in the end. He'll slip up.
Do you think maybe that secret's out of the bag? Huh. Oh, this is so frustrating. What voice did I settle on him for? Aw. I really don't care. Like, I need this to trial in quickly. I think that's what he's supposed to be. But once again, I've literally changed voices on him, and I didn't mean to. Oh, God. Every once in a while, I literally run into a character where I just do different voices every time, and I don't know why. Nah, I really don't care. Like, I just need this trial in quickly. Oops, shit. Get back there.
Hold it!
You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's this all about? Again, sir. Thinner lass. That's what it's about. What's that? I'm talking about the derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? I'm talking about the derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? A derby? It was a dead end, sir. That's the thing. I couldn't lose. So I took my wife's secret savings, like. But then, the hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. Ah, the stupid finish lass. Oh dear. I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus used her savings for a trip down to the pub. So come on, let this business lie now. Just give it up. No, that's not gonna happen. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know? Nothing at all.
Hold it!
What do you really mean by that, sir? Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do. At 5? You're really early riser then, aren't you? Ah, what's that now? I said you're a really early riser. Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on. He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night. Hey, what's that, dear? Only 3 hours of sleep each night. That's right. You see, 3 hours of missing time. Like I said, it's not much, is it? This really isn't helping. The key to summation examination is identifying contradictions between juror statements, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, and once I found 2 jurors whose statements coexist, I need to pit those jurors against each other. Then hopefully when they see that, yeah, I know. See what they're saying doesn't make sense, they'll change their learning. Yes, and if you're able to change the minds of a majority of the jurors, the trial will continue. But conversely, if you're unable to do that,
the judge will declare the trial over and move on to education. And I can't let that happen. Somehow or other, I have to turn this trial around. Yeah, so it's hers against his.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Oh, gracious! Whose statements do you refer to, counsel? Juror number 1. Yeah? What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You hear me? Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch officer employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, milady. That's Lynn's honor.
Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Sansfield was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt.
Humph. Yes, I did that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it. As I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground. Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want to tie it over and done with. If that's the case, I shall change my learning.
So, Mr. William Shamsphere, that is your real name. Will the jury demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are?
That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory!
Order! Order!
Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in state of disaccord. And other than the trial will continue. You will have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamsphere. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury will now find that they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most. Naught but gas, naught but thin air. Nay, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Why? What does he say?
Do I take it that, Mr. Shamsphere, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot? I am a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart.
You flowery-mouthed pompous beanpole! Just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet?
Mr. Shamsphere, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. It is my considerable opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified.
All testimony heard by the court thus has heavily complaints the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of the witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that this would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and the case are unrelated.
Juror number 4.
Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker?
Absolutely, Lady Quimby. That's Sven's honor. Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shansier, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it will be my pleasure. On the open gas
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him as a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Yahoo! Yeah, yeah, squirrels, honey! Yeah, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Very well, an exception. I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the bomb stabs you an earful. Bomb's gonna sting, you mock my words. So, you both testify before the court. Go on the subject of illegal consumption about the Altamont Gas Company fuel.
Yes, it is clear, my good man.
Clear as Altamont Gas, my lady. Bob was the clearest in the world.
Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Sasato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. He just has peasant brain. I'm sorry. The Altamont Gas Company investigation.
I'm proud to be the company's Eastern branch investigator and mere money collector agent. Altamont Gas readers accept the third penny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of golden gas.
And yet the meter in Mr. Shush's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent only has the keys.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not paying, what is?
Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hollow chalice.
What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zeeks?
Did the mustached Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for the actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet, now we must listen to this abhorrence.
Nothing but lies. 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 Lies.
Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be a crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Ah, my leg! Do what you will. Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incendiance of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder. The truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step is uncovering it. We'll be able to establish just who and what this man really is. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation.
Hold it!
So, does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters?
That I do. I try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business.
Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Samsphere?
But yeah, what's the thing that you should bring that up? Because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survive the winter is beyond me, it really is.
Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth.
You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meter Man. Not much to say, really, but as you wish. Ultimate gas meters accept penny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
Hold it!
So all London houses have a gas supply that are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They are the latest model, the high technology developed by our company, Ultimate Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So, if there's a 3p coins given 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night.
A bit more than that, usually. If they have both gas lights and a gas stove, it is.
Thinking about it, Sosuke-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah, yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in the gas meter get back to you at the gas company?
Everything goes. Gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins.
I must say, the design and the manufacture of the new meter cost the company was an awful lot of money. But happily, I did it to put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part. Ah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. And yet the meter in Mr. Shense's room didn't have a single coin in it.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on?
Weeks and weeks. He's been putting gas off for ages.
And you've examined the meter in Mr. Sansfield's room, I take it? Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demand the new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamsphere Special. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot to 3p pieces. But even after that, the rascal's meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation. When I popped open the money box and found it bare. You what? I said. You what? And the look on his face. That's my smile of his.
Ha.
I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jimmied open anywhere. Not a single sign. And that's what happened to my salary as a result. Down by some shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of the meter?
Nothing became of it. It's still, I still got it.
Oh.
Right here.
No wonder they call you Meter Man.
Oh. I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
The gas meter has been added into the court record. Definitely. Although, at first glance, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. Let's move all this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter.
Whoa.
A meter dispenses gas for a set time after a coin is inserted. Lots of very strong lock developed especially with Mr. Samsphere in mind. Went over it with a fine-tooth comb, you say? Oh, what's this? Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. Not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So, you think that might have been opened by Mr. Shamsphere? Possibly. It seems the people at Ultimate Gas have missed it. Well, certainly seems to go all the way through the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through here. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious.
So he pokes something through and hits a switch in there, maybe?
Like he hits the little device that the coin is supposed to hit. That's a very sturdy looking padlock. And the money box is sealed with beeswax too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up in any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would...
You know you didn't finish that sentence, didn't you?
Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs.
But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Okay, so it's just that.
Hold it!
There's only one key for all your meters? Yep. That's one reason why, like I said before in the first half, this is like the, I guess the smartest judge that we've had, but like the most, this is definitely the most reasonable judge that the game has ever had. The judge is actively like, yes, I will add witnesses and I will add evidence to the thing as long as it makes the case go smoother. Don't worry, I'm here. We just want to find stuff. Meanwhile, in the original games, we would have had to have presented a very good reason why this thing should have been added as evidence. Oh, that's true, but I need 3 good reasons why it should be added. Well, in truth, there's another key to the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get a hold of a key, we know the coin box had been opened. Oh, how? I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. Would you care to explain?
Well, now, in order to enter the meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see?
Seal? Like the sort of thing you'd put on an envelope, you mean?
Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal.
Now, in the case of Mr. Shamsphere's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said.
But the seal hadn't been broken either.
So that would mean Mr. Shamsphere somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it. It would seem so, but that would be impossible.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
I mean, you're using it to stay warm in a cold British night. I don't give a fuck. I don't see a problem with it.
Hold it!
How do you know that he's been using gas, though?
Well, now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. But on every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. In the middle of winter, he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says...
Why that line? Get thee to a nunnery.
Hamlet, indeed. I could bring the bloke's neck. I get all hot out of the collar, but still. Every time I open that flaming meter, it's empty. He's robbing me of my salary, too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice?
But how can Mr. Shamsphere possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand. The simple explanation is right before your eyes.
What?
A toast to you eventually realizing that the gasman could be an accomplice.
What?
Good lord, eminently plausible indeed.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, please, Lady Quimby. I'm a faithful worker. And besides, if the money us gas will collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, you duck are paid by the same amount.
So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense.
Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war?
No. I'm not gonna stir up a hornet's nest. If I went stealing from the company, I'd be finished.
It would seem there is no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim. Because Mr. William Shamsphere is innocent. Pray, forgive me as it shatters some illusion my lunar Nipponese friend was clearly under. I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime. It looks like it's been taking place in the very same room.
According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamsphere's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume.
I know, it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. That cases are interlinked.
Oh?
It might seem that two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they're intimately connected.
Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance.
Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. If the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamsphere so earnestly, there must be something to it. But then, how was he been managing to steal their gas? The meter doesn't have to be tampered with. Obviously it is tampered with. Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of being tampered with.
What?
Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Oh, but what?
You're right. You're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do.
In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamsphere secretly opened up the hole himself. True, especially when it like jiggles when he moves his face up and his chin starts bouncing.
Yes, I wouldn't be all surprised, but why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some details about your meter design.
What sort of details?
Well, what if I'd just like to know is how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put in 1 penny coin, that wouldn't presumably work, would it?
No, of course not.
So, well, how does the meter know that the coin has been fed as a threepenny bit?
Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit.
Oh, I see. It's clearly been a while since it's clearly been well thought out.
The witness will attend her formal testimony with that information. The case is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny bit. Nothing else will fit.
Hold it!
But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a threepenny, 3-pence coin, I don't know why I've been calling it threepence, but 3-pence coin, would exactly fit in terms of diameter and thickness. Could equally well be used. Would that be true?
Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes to a certain extent as well.
We thought of that already anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the coin box or empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, us gasmen do. Live for them. Oh, it would seem that the gas company has thought of everything. Woohoo! Hurrah for gas! Hurrah for cash! Altamont all the way!
Speaking of Dokapon characters, hooray for cash! That's quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are Threepenny Bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tact here. Like asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. Sure. How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there's no signs of having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps, rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, it does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well. Wielded shut to insert can't be opened again. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it.
Woohoo! Yeah, nothing leaks from the Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing.
I see.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it's pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. All joints in the meter are welded shut, and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. Except for this part. And these screws. Except for all the parts that you can apparently just unscrew. They're not letting us point that out, huh? Oh, look, more screws. Also, how do you disconnect it from the pipes? If you can take it off, surely you can just take the box off.
Hold it!
Has anyone ever tried?
Oh, yeah, they've tried. They tried all giving up before long.
After all, they naturally broke the meter. The company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is it welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tact here. Like asking about how the meter differentiates coins, for example. No, I've already done that.
Somehow losing all the flaming gassy ones without paying a penny. And that's not saving problems.
Hold it!
How do you know that he's been using gas, though?
Well now, since I started investigating this rope, I've been here as well more than a few times. And on every single occasion his lamps have been blazing.
Okay, I did this one before. Alright, so what are their statements again? I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept Threepenny Bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet the meter in Mr. Shamsphere's room didn't have a single coin in it. All joints on the meter are welded shut, and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. That's not even what is. This seems to be the claim that they want us to go after. All joints in the meter are welded shut and the lock is made from solid steel. So, do they want me to just... Do they want me to just show the box again and be like, well, clearly it can be, I guess? But using the same box again doesn't really feel like there's no way to dismantle it. Here, look at this piece of soap. I don't know. I guess we're supposed to just present the box again?
Objection!
No. Okay, that's not it. I fail to see why. Well, you know, I was just playing devil's advocate. Yes, you do appear to have something of the devil in you, Mr. Naruto. Says the very man merrily dishing out penalties. Someone using all the flaming gas. If that's not a crime, what is? No, don't go back to them again. Fuck. I certainly didn't expect to uncover it. Oh, come on. I don't want to have to go through this again. I hate accidentally going too far. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator. All my gas means except for penny bits. Each coin given customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet the meter in Mr. Chance's room didn't have a single coin in it. All joints in the meter have been welded shut and the lock is made from the... Am I supposed to make them change this to the coin thing? Like, I really hope this isn't like a... Alright, we'll press this. We'll skip through this until it asks me if I want to change it. We'll delve deeper. And then she'll mention the coins. Okay, so yeah, this piece of testimony can swap. So why did they make this one like extra tricky? Whatever. The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny bit. Threepenny bit. Nothing else will fit. I don't... Oh, he's supposed to... Are we supposed to show that something can fit? I don't...
Hold it!
But conversely then, anything that would be equally used, it could count. Yeah, in a way. It can't be manipulated. Sometimes using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. That's not the... Yeah, okay, I don't know Am I supposed to press something again?
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. I don't. Oh, okay. I had to look at this after we looked at the size of the coin. Okay. Or 3/4 of an inch. Ah, do you think? We did find the soap of the scene, didn't we? Yes. Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window. So we took this one. I'm sure that we did the first found it. There was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? Okay, I had to look at the bar of soap again to get another extra clue out of the soap. Okay. I had a feeling that that's what it was, but... I didn't think I didn't feel like it was trying to present it. Now it clearly is.
Objection!
There we go. Okay. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness would be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamsphere's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit? What was it? The item in question is this.
What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap.
It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is this part here.
Got it!
You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Ah! Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right. The depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. No, in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit.
Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits. My word, it couldn't be more snug.
Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a valid clue to explain how the Ultimate Gas Company is being defrauded. Whatever the thing in the middle is dissolves, and it loses its weight afterwards. So he pokes the hole in the bottom of the thing so it just leaks out, and that's why there's a puddle on the floor underneath the thing. Okay. Wow, I don't believe it! So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas? Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit.
I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poorly quality bar of soap, such as this, is a remarkably simple way of replacing the coin shape. Of replicating the coin shape. And when you can use, well, some broken back or something to pour to the mold, you can make fake coins in no time.
This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamsphere has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet.
But this is all nonsense! If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic, we could make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coin to disappear into air, yes? Exactly. And the meter here gives it away.
What on earth?
There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, counsel, the defense will identify the remnants of the court at once. Where in a meter can the remnants of the method be used to make fake coins disappear or be seen?
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window.
Outside?
Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meter Man, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap.
I get it.
That's right. The answer, of course, is ice.
Did you just say ice?
Mr. Shamsphere has been leaving soaps out like this out of his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen, solid the next morning. He then takes the fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now melts and the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water, and draining harmlessly away through the small hole he made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing except for the hole at the bottom of the thing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas.
Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us with some bars of soap and some water.
That's right, madam.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And how have you been the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water could render it totally useless?
I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence.
Sorry.
I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof.
She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll prove it.
What?
Mr. Naruhodo,
Are you saying you actually have evidence to support the theory?
I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory will come up with could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamster has been stealing gas is the photograph.
Take that!
This is a photographic. I was waiting for him to say photographic print, but this is a photograph of the scene at the point where the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamsphere. What remnants? Here, you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamsphere's room. Now, take a look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter.
What? What is that? Some kind of grubby stain?
Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter.
Ah!
If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. And melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor.
Oh, okay. I was wondering to myself, we found bars of soap and they had red inside of them. That's because T used the T.
He didn't drink. He could not have been poisoned by the tea because he never drank the tea. He used the tea to make new coins for the heating trick, which is why it was red inside the bars of soap. This is awful! And this for their evidence, too. Mr. Shamsphere slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right here next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. You're right!
It would appear to me then, counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he?
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not. He didn't beat around the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamsphere was found with a fork in his hand.
A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Vinci. Do you mean to say he was using that fork too?
Yes. To extract the frozen coin from the bar of soap. Ah! But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious!
Let's just kill somebody in the just somebody in the gallery just got fucking nailed with a bottle again. God damn it. He really hates us now. They're really pouring on how much he's mad. He's mad. Lord Van Zeeks. I was throwing my hand up in despair. Then happened to catch my hollowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake.
What is the meaning of this, counsel?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well, that Mr. William Shamsphere is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
That's it. That's it exactly.
Very well. Let us assume this man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body was via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamsphere is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate education. What?
Order! Order! Well, counsel, what does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo, what was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zeeks is saying? No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? No, sorry. What? Wow. Saying one word in his fucking voice suddenly escapes me. What?
Well, counsel, you successfully explained everything. You've identified this unsubstantiated and unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamsphere to consume gas. What more is there to discuss?
Lord Van Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you saying, my Nymphonese friend? At least one of these so-called facts is an assumption made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witness to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense?
Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that now we need to consider. Namely, was someone else responsible? Was it another visitor? Was the poison in the tea? Or was someone else responsible? Was there another visitor? Was the poison in the tea? We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamsphere was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume. But that's conjecture at best. The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection.
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And particularly a piece of evidence proves it. A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed?
The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
I think we're supposed to be pointing this out.
Take that!
Oh, that wasn't it?
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsume's tea, counsel?
Well, I suspect it may possibly be related to the tea in some small way if we dig deep enough. Then you'll be digging a very long time indeed, learned friend. Oh. Even at the bottom of the deepest chasm, you will find none. Okay, what are they looking for then? Sometimes I wish I could escape down the deep chasm to escape his deep sarcasm.
Then I advise you to think more deeply before you answer again this time. What evidence from the scene can tell us about the nature of the evidence defendant's tea?
That it's... It can't be the bar of soap again. Unless that's just what they want. They want me to say it's the bar of soap. It's in the soap. He used it to make new coins. And he put it out on the windowsill. That feels like a very weird stretch to just do the soap again. But I guess it's the only thing that's connected to it. I'm going to save just in case. But we don't actually have an image of the red coin in the soap. Or the red dot in the soap. But I'll get... the soap... If it's not the cup with the stain in it, showing he didn't drink it for a long time, and showing the color of it, my only guess can be it's in the soap. Unless they want me to show the box. But I don't think so.
Take that!
Oh, gracious! The soap again! The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice?
Yes, that's right, my lord. It just came back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. What's more bars of soap? Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that we've been originally stumbled upon the bars of soap. There was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes. But there's more. The coins we found at the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you mean?
Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. No, you mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea.
What?
I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in his trial.
That evening, yes. I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamsphere's room as a gift. The public water pump outside was always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this was the result. Never will I touch tea again, never!
Ah yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poor constructed water main at the east end are prone to freezing.
So, on the night in question, Mr. Shamsphere, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word!
There were 2 bars of soap in the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. If Scotland Yard goes out right now and gets those bars of soap, they should be able to find the red coins and test it for strychnine. And it doesn't matter anyway because he couldn't have drank it if we turned him into coins. But check it anyway in case you try to argue that he still drank a little bit of it while he turned the rest to coins. So fuck you, Van Zeeks. You're not getting me this time.
That's right. And we only borrowed one of them.
Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present in the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamsphere's window.
Extraordinary!
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that even if 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove by finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. You smug Nipponese. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once, and the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord, understood. You would seem to have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for a time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
You will now reinvestigate the scenes, and then we'll do another trial thing that I'm not doing now. That's tomorrow. Oh no, I guess it's not. Save current progress, yes. Alright, so real question then. Should I continue this tomorrow during the day or save it until next Monday in the evening? Since I won't have time for evening streams for the next couple of days. The only time I would have would be like Sunday evening, so it would have to be day streams if I do this. Maybe I should do a day stream tomorrow just to finish off this case completely. I'll do that. I'll do a day stream tomorrow where we'll finish off the ending of this case at least. That sounds good. That sounds like it's appropriate just to get this finished. So that way on Monday I can start with case number 3. Sound good to everybody? It doesn't matter. It sounds good to me. Okay. We'll pick this up tomorrow,
It'll be earlier in the day, like pretty early, so probably at like 1 or 2 p.m., maybe 3 p.m. Just to get just stream this. I think there's probably 2 hours, 2.5 hours maybe left of this case, depending on how much I have to investigate first. So hopefully it won't be like another full 4 hours, but it might be. I'm unsure. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I'll be back tomorrow, probably in like a little over 12 hours from now. So anyway, thank you all for watching. I'll see you all tomorrow, and we'll finish case number 2 with Great Ace Attorney second half.